Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the Friday edition of the stream. We're going to be making some insignia today, as we do. I made some changes yesterday to a feature that will need some more changes. So we're going to be doing that mostly. If we get some momentum going, we might get back to story development. So I'm keeping that on the cards. But today we are working on, can I push this button and have that do that? Music system. Cool. Music instrument system, I should probably say. Okay. Big thank you to everybody who's here in chat already. Thank you, Spectra, Squiggy, The Philip, Superchew, Javine. Welcome, welcome. Also, a big thank you to anybody who's watching on YouTube right now. We've got 27 people who have checked us out, 14 sitting here right now. Welcome, welcome. And a big thank you, of course, to most recent follower, Rawman Games, and Chardle for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I think we're ready to jump straight into it. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit and close this. I've been doing work on Scene Graph this morning, just some UX design stuff. I'm happy to share it with you if you're interested, actually, just to show you what goes on in the UX world. So we did some, well, let me explain. We did some user testing. I sound better today. I'm a little, look, I just need to blow my nose and I'll sound even better. Give me one sec. Yeah, I've been feeling pretty good for the last week. I've just got residual, stuffiness, but I'm feeling pretty good today. So, scene graph, you know it, you love it. We've been working on it, and in the last round of testing that we did back in December last year, it's now May, I can't believe it. We were doing testing and on the original feature set, and there was a use case that came up like multiple times that we decided we couldn't launch without solving. And that use case is essentially what happens if your game doesn't have a player character and you still want to use scene graph to teleport between the levels. How do you teleport if there's no colliders? What does it look like to do that? So, if you know what scene graph typically looks like, right? You got all these rooms with exits, and the exits are based on colliders that you walk into. But if you don't have a character, you don't have colliders, which means there's no concept of a door here that goes to here. It's more just like when a condition is triggered in this scene, go to this scene. And it became very obvious very quickly that there is a certain class of game where like you would have every scene would require one condition to go to one scene. So like on game over, go back to title screen, stuff like that. And so this idea of like, okay, there must then be some kind of condition that's not a physical condition, that's more of some kind of link that's not a physical link, it's a condition link. That's the idea. So I was doing some, I did some mocking up of what that would look like, where rather than having the ports sit on this exclusively, you could create them below and then just drag them out, and this would be the name of a condition. So on level complete, drag this to some other level, and then you go there. It was also very strange and consistent that when people were trying to set up scene graph, they expected to be able to create links inside of just scene graph. Like the way that it works in Insignia is, well, all of the levels have doors already. So when I loaded up when I created scene graph, it's like I already had this network. I just wanted to visualize it. But for a lot of people starting a new game project or opening up scene graph for the first time, especially if their games don't have portals or doors, how do they create the graph? How do they set up the data structures? So here we've created like a new flow where you can basically just, hover over the node, you get a new link button, you click the button and it shows up here. You can type a new name into it and, rename it. And then you can just start using it. You don't have to go into the scene or set up anything to create the links. Obviously, you'll have to do something in your code to reference these strings, but that's, it is what it is. You can rearrange them, you can create a list of them, and that looks fine to me. So this is what I'm proposing that we do. Elzak and I will talk about this tonight. And then I've got this idea of like clicking and dragging into the scene. It was actually his idea. And I wasn't sure if I liked it because you're kind of like doing a level editing task inside of a scene editor that it's like, this isn't like a live view of the scene. So like dragging onto some part of the scene, we have to do some weird conversion of like node space to like actual world space in the scene that we're dragging onto, which is a little awkward. I wouldn't have normally thought we would do that, but I'm kind of following the logic and I don't mind it now that we're there. So basically you have like a prefab that you call like the door prefab or whatever. You set that up in the settings, and then anytime you drag into this view, it just creates that prefab around about where you put your mouse. And then in the, it opens up the scene editor and you can place it exactly where you want it to be. And then here's a flow for going back from this back down to here. So you make it a condition link and it'll delete the prefab and go back down here. That's kind of what we're looking at so far. There's also one more thing of like, okay, if you have a condition that goes to a level, like how do you connect it? So we have this idea of a port that just sits on the top left. There's still going to be flows around like how do you manage when it gets really complicated and there's links everywhere? How do you cull the rendering of some of the links? So like, are there some links that you would want to just, is there any scenario where you would want to view where you didn't see all of this stuff and all of the things, you just saw the nodes and which places they went. I don't know. Gets a bit complicated, but it's our job to make it easy. So anyway, today let's work on music stuff. So actually, I was over here. I'm like 3 yaks deep into shaving the yak right now. I'm like a little on a digression on what we were supposed to do this week, but I think it's for the best. And so Squiggy, if you're watching, I'm creating new work. I'm creating work that you've already done that overwrites work that you've done. I don't know if you saw yesterday's stream, but we have a design change for the tuning forks in the music system. So previously, we had these, let me see if I can bring up a sprite here. It might be a bit easier to go tuning fork. So we had these forks, and you walk up to it and it plays a sequence of sounds, and then you just have to remember the sequence and then go play it at a certain point in the level, and that's the whole thing. Instead, we're doing something different. Instead, we have these same sort of concept. It's still like a tuning fork, but instead, you don't stand next to it. You strike it with the sword, and when you strike it with the sword, it plays one note. And that note appears in like a visual sequence. So like we were talking about this. It might be here. Well, I'm still figuring out the exact way we would do it, but the proposal is for it to look like this. Where it's like you strike the thing and you get ... A ... And then there'll be like multiple of these scattered around the scene, and they'll have different arrangements. So this could be like ... B ... And this one could be like ... C. And this could be like A ... So from this, it's like, okay, I've got to play A, B, A, C. Those are the notes I have to play. So it sort of allows, the reason why I would do this instead of the old version, that's right, it's a bit more of a puzzle, and it makes use of the existing play controls and the mechanics in the game. Like you have to use platforming, you have to use combat, because you're attacking them to play the sound. So I think this is just like a more interesting and involved way of, it's a system that is more, it might be more intuitive to discover and easier to scale the barrier for entry for. So like, I might have one of these sitting around in the level, earlier in the level, that you can just hit and it does nothing. It's just there and it does some sounds, and that's it. And then like 2 screens later, there's like a couple of them, and maybe there's something that opens if you hit the 2 and you play the music, but it's a secret for later. And then there's the part where you need to learn how to use them. So the idea of like having them exist through the world a bit more and be a little bit more, what's the word? Piecemeal, or something you could like scale up, is attractive to me. So I'm still like, there was one more thing. This system, that's correct. Rhythm isn't a factor. And there's one more thing, which is that previously we didn't have any way of notating these. They were just the pitch and then just some musical notation symbols. And the problem with this is, if you happen to be hearing impaired, you can't play the game. There were times when I was demoing the game at Alt a couple of weeks ago at that showcase, and it was really loud and nobody could hear the mechanic, and there was nothing I could do I had to just remember the button inputs. I couldn't like explain to them what buttons to press, so they couldn't figure it out because it's just this symbol. So instead I've decided we're going to actually show the musical notes. And I think that's okay. We talked about having there be some sort of intermediary notation system, like in world, some random whatever shapes or, some symbols or something. It's not worth it. No one's going to be able to make those connections 2 degrees of separation away. And for localization, I think A, B, C, D, E, F, G is something that around the world people understand in the context of music. So I think that's okay. And this is also agnostic to keyboard versus controller. So if you're using, piano keys on your game keyboard versus up, down, left, right, A, B, X, Y, if they're notated with like G or, hang on a second, G's here or G, then it's the same. It's just G. Hey, Slatefire. How's it going? Yeah. So the one below, this is A? Wait, this is G? Damn it. Wait, A, B, that's C? Oh yeah, it is too. D, E, yeah. That's F. I don't know why I thought that was E. Yeah, it's close enough. You know what I mean. If I know zero about music, will I be okay? Well, yeah, that's the hope, is that this system, it's just you can visually see the A, and if you press the button and an A comes out, you know that that's A. So you won't even have to have any kind of like perfect pitch or anything like that. You can literally just look at the sequence of letters and remember the sequence. The only thing that I haven't really validated about this, that I'm not sure is right, is this little rest symbol thing, like, and whether or not the design of the plinths should themselves give away the sequence. Like, should you be able to look at 4 things and know which one comes first? We talked about having them be different heights before. So it's like, oh, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. But the thing is, in musical instrument, in music physics, the size of a reed, or not a reed, the size of like an organ. What is the name of the pipe? Tube? The size of the thing is going to change the pitch, right? So there's kind of like a bit of overloading here, where if we use size to denote order, that's going to wreck a different kind of intuition, which I don't want to betray, which is that size should represent pitch. So I would rather keep them all the same and just not go there. Then we talked about maybe there being different like holes. Who is we? I say we. I often say we collectively when I'm talking about the chat and I working on the game together, the chat and me, but also there is a team. But I'm not sure if what I was talking about in that, I don't remember which time I used the word we. Sometimes I use it in the royal we, or sometimes I use it to mean, if I said we designed, then it's probably, I don't know. If it was yesterday, it's me and chat. So there's something here maybe where we do something. It could even be that we do like a Nintendo Wii. Nintendo Wii. That's the other kind of Wii. Style. The Wii remotes, how they have the little like 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could do something like that, where you have like empty, filled, empty, empty, and that's like the second note in the sequence. Yeah, that's totally fine too. We could do that. And that's easy enough for me to it's easy enough for me to implement that procedurally in the game and just set it up the way that I want to set it up. The only thing is it constrains this to being exactly a 4-note sequence every time. And I'd rather not do that, but maybe we could make it procedural where we add holes. We make the sprite grow. So like, ooh, that could be interesting too. Like there's also a little, I was thinking about this literally as I was talking because my brain has like 3 threads going at once. If you have like a room where there are 4 and a room where there are 4 here, you can't ever in this setup, you can't have it be that there are 2 puzzles that are across the rooms, because where does one puzzle end and one begin? But if they have different numbers associated with them, where this one only has 2 in it, and then in this room you see a couple with 4, and then in this room you see a couple with 4, it's at least possible to intuit that these are part of the same puzzle and these are part of a different puzzle, because there are 4 and there are 4 of them, and here there are 2 and there are 2 of them. So if you want to be able to account for different, now probably we'll keep them all in the same room just as a general game design principle, but it's I think at least I want to explore the idea of having there be like a situation where you've got 3 in this room and then just 1 in a different room off to the side. And I think having the note sequences be different, and as you go through the game, having there be more complex ones, that's good for game design. So now it's just a question of how do we increase this. I think that's pretty straightforward. We could literally just do a 9 slice and loop the middle section. It might be a little awkward. Yeah, color is another option, but we already use color in a very specific way in the game, so I'm a little careful about that. Is the game finished? Nope. Different color style pillars. Yeah, color is, I just got to be careful about that. Okay. So I think 6 is the maximum I would ever expect anybody to remember. So I think the right way to do this would be to design it with 6 and then shrink it. And I wonder if actually we could just do it so that we don't even have to, like, you just collapse it into the ground. You just like draw, you just like have it be lower and you just hide the other ones, like the Easter Island heads or whatever. So anyway, let's just keep thinking about this. So I'm liking this. So we just needed 6, was that right? And 96 notes. So we're kind of falling back into that thing I was concerned about in terms of Well, actually, no. Now height is just note sequence. A-Sprite is great. Okay, I'm happy with that. So let's do this. And then let's figure it out. Let's go straight into it. I'm very excited to work on this today. I love building stuff. It's like my favorite thing to do. New features, new systems. Hell yeah. So now I guess the question is, do I just do this and then do this? And then I think if I call it tiled, it will try to tile these. Looks like a modem. It probably does look like a modem, like a server. Yeah. Well, we can always change what it looks like, but let's just start with this. Oh no! Oh no! We got hitboxes as well. Oh, I didn't think about that. That does make it a little more complicated. I'll just make the hitbox always as tall as it could possibly be. And if we shrink it, no big deal. Not amazing. In fact, for this to be animated as well, we might need to take it out of the animator for the sake of this. Damn it. All right, well, let's just see what we go. Tiled. And then as we shrink the height, yeah, it just collapses down. That's actually great. But now instead we should probably pivot this at 0. Wait, no, pivot it at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's where it was. Okay, so back to here. Yeah, so as we scale the height, still no good. Okay, let's get more specific. 0 then, I guess. That's better. Huh, and it just goes indefinitely. Oh yeah. Now we can have 96 notes. So I guess I'll just put this, like, I suppose dead on the bottom and work with that. It's just better. It's just easier if I do it that way, right? But I've done something wrong here because we're not doing that anymore. That goes down here. Actually, this goes to the first one of these nodes. Okay, so now we can just set the height based on how infrequent or frequent we want those to be. How well does Unity handle scaling collision? It's not bad. I haven't really come up with many issues. Lemon Lime Fizzy Drink says, Mr. Strimmer, if you could sell all of your program and art skill knowledge, and anyone who buys it would have all of your skills, what would you sell it for? Oh, I mean, it would be expensive. You would have to pay a lot to get. Is it a one-time transfer or can I sell it as like a program? Like, can lots of people buy it? Or is it just to one-time license transfer to one person? All of my skills go to that one person. If it's all of my skills go to one person, all of my knowledge, and I'm left with nothing, Oh, I keep everything I know and I just sell it as many times. Oh, then it's cheap as hell. Nothing. You could have it for, I don't know. Well, how much money could I make off it? I mean, the thing is, is it like a course, or is it like you press a button and like Neo, you've downloaded it and now you just know what I can do? If it's a course, there's like hundreds of hours of stuff there. If it's press a button and get it for free, or just get it, I don't know. Maybe like, what's that worth to you? $10,000? It'd be worth a lot more than that, but for 10,000, I feel like I'll be okay. If like 100 people wanted it for 10,000, how much money is that? Is that $1 million? Or is that, yeah. I'll take $1 million if 100 people wanted to spend 10,000 on it. If 1,000 people wanted to, 10 million, sure. And 10K is cheap, man. Okay, so if this is set to 1, oh, it's perfect. If 1 is 3, how many is 1? What size is 1? 1 is like 80 pixels. Okay. Pardon me. Enchanted Cloud says, Adam, how do you stay concentrated? There are distractions, but oh, thank you. No, I try to respond to everybody. I try to balance the two. It's hard to do that though, obviously. Really, really hard to balance, but I like to respond to everybody. You're all watching. You're all putting your energy into me being here. Into being here with me. Okay. So like, is it every 10 pixels? That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. Wait, really? That's 5, 6, 7. Oh, wow. Did I actually do that? Did I actually make it easy for myself accidentally? What the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it averages 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It'll scale. It'll work. If it goes up to 8 and it's fine, then we'll just call it 10. So, let's do it. Now, the thing is, let's just say I set it to some number, whatever. Does it stay at that number? Let's call it like 2. And where's the hitbox? Not great. But also, why does that happen that way? The sprite gets set to 0, 0 on the fork. Is that right? So then, do I just have to shift everything else relative to the fork down. Sure. Cool. Hey, Only Grab. A Brazilian accent? Oh, I'm not very good at Brazilian, but I can try for you. I don't really know. I don't really know anybody from Brazil, so I'm just going to guess it. Let's set this thing to... It's hard because it's like it's Portuguese, but it's also American, and then there's all the things that Brazilian people do. I don't know anybody who's Brazilian in my life. I just know from like TV and stuff. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not very good at doing it. So I'm very sorry. Sandy TV says, hi, what's your opinion on Godot and Genie? I'm going to stop the Brazilian there. I'm really sorry. I'm not very good at it. I gave it my best shot. Very good. Feedbacky. Yeah, I've heard people do that. So that's how I knew to do it. What's your opinion on Godot? Godot's great. It's just very early. It's very young as an engine. So I'm not super like, I'm a little, what's the word? I'm in two minds about it, really. I sort of think it just needs a lot more time to cook, but it's not bad if you're a beginner. You're just starting out. I think if you put a lot of time into it, by the time you've made like a big game, it'll probably have all the features that Unity does now. Tabby Cat says, when it comes to Unity, I might be incorrect, but are they still charging you a fee for the amount of revenue made? I think so, but I don't know the specifics. It's not an unreasonable amount anymore. So let's do some work here. I think it might actually be best if I did 6 versions of this with 6 different hitboxes. I'm just, I don't know. It just feels like it might get a little complicated to position everything where it needs to go. Actually, you know what? Let's just keep going. Let's just persist with it. Let's persist. Okay. So, I want to get work done today. I'm going to go into focus mode for a bit. Actually, if we have a cello automator, And we have notes and durations. We could have like... Wait, how was I doing a rest before? Why was I doing rest? Was it -1? What the heck? I didn't have any rests. This might need a bit of a rethink. I mean, it should be... Oh, I'm getting a phone call from my dad. Be right back. Okay. Are you winning, son? That's right, exactly. That's what he said. It was just 10 minutes of that. Cool. Do we create a new array system for the notes? So that we can do rests. Yeah, but I want it. Oh, I guess it doesn't matter, does it? I guess they just play whatever they play. And then the rests are indicated here. Like what I mean by the order sequence. Because I had mentally, in my head, I was like, I got to communicate how to do the empty spots after it, but it doesn't. Like I thought I would, like you hit it and you get like a wong or something like that. Wong. But maybe that's not necessary. Maybe you should just do it when you hit it and then you just figure it out based on what's here. I just hope that people don't think that like that's A. You know what? I'll just put them in a room where they have nothing that they can do except figure it out. Like it's not going to be that hard. Once they know it, then they know it. So then I suppose we'll just do it like that. And then I need to say here which note we're actually trying to light up. So that's going to be on the tuning fork enemy. And then it's public int total notes, public int index note. Okay. I don't even need to write this. What am I talking about? It's just animator. But it won't be. Yes, it will. Cool. Okay. So I literally just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did we get something wrong? Did we get something wrong? Did we maybe get something wrong? Sorry. Oh. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Cockney. All right. Bloody hell. Do we maybe get one of these things wrong? All right, so right now we've got 2 of them, and we got 3 and 4 and 5. So we're off by a whole 1. If we maybe just bring that one back like that, then it's like 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, and then maybe like 8, 9, 10. Now let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But we're off a little bit there. So let's try and be more specific. Yeah? With making it look actually spaced out in 10. So like, there's the bottom of that. There's the bottom of that. And it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 pixels. maybe take that one there and put it right there. And we want that to coincide with the start of the next one, I reckon. Start of the next hole. The girl from White Lotus. No, but she's from Manchester. It's a different one, in different accent entirely. All right, so let's pop that. That's all right there. But let's take these and send them up further, like that. And then another one like that. And then another one like that. Maybe then we just take this little guy, send him up 2. Perfect. I reckon that's probably going to be all right. The Philip says, is it true South African is just a blend of English and Australian? To be honest with you, for me, as an Australian, South African kind of feels a bit like New Zealander. Just to my ear, it's just got that something about it that just, yeah. More than Australian, that's for sure. There's a TikTok going around that I find quite funny, and it's like a girl at a bar, and she's like serving another girl, and she's like 2007 bar, England, serving drink. Let's see if that comes up. Oh, I'm not going to find it, but it's oh, it's really good, and it's only good if you see it in the original TikTok. All right, let's just give up on that. So it's like, there's a girl, I'm done with the accent. There's a girl, and she's like serving another girl at the bar, and then she goes, "Can I see some ID, please?" And there's no voices in it. It's just a music, and people are mouthing. So she's like, "Can I see some ID, please?" And then the girl gives the ID, and she looks at it and she goes, "Sorry, you have to be 18 to drink." And then it goes into like full slow motion and like zooms in on the girl's mouth, the one who's responding, who wants the drink. And she goes, "But I was born in," and then it says like this, like 2007 is the way it's said. And then like the girl who's at the bar is like, oh, because like 2007 was actually 18 years ago. Anyway, I've explained the joke, which ruins it, but it's really funny. It's funny, guys. It's funny. Okay, just listen to me. All right. Hey, Nugget, how's it going? I am a TikTok enjoyer. Yeah, the South African accent is something about it, because it's like they talk like this, and there's something about those words like being more tighter and more clipped at the top. It's got like a Kiwi way about it, because Kiwis talk like this, that up there, that's something that you only hear in the New Zealand accent, but also, and this, I'm getting lost. Yes, the South Africans have that as well, up there, but in Australia, it's up there, right there. Only in Queensland do you get something that's quite pinched up there. That's like there's like something, oh yeah, something up there that's you only hear in Queensland. I don't know. Come down to the pool. All right. The pool. Whereas like in Sydney, we'd just say pool. Pool, school. All right. So now we need what is this game object? A light. Well, it's not even really a light. It's sort of just a particle. And what's this? This is an actual light. Okay. Very nice. See you later. Okay, next. We need our indicator, which is going to be a gem, I think. Well, it's a sprite renderer. That is a gem. Do bum boom 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 boom. All right. Well, we're only going to need one of these. So I really just need to place the indicator where it needs to go, and then that's fine. Public game object indicator. Let's call it a transform. 2007. How big is this? From here to there. Puts us at, what's that? 66 pixels. No, it's a fixed height based on just how high this is. So the first one is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's call it 10 pixels. So it's just the local position equals nothing, and then 10, 0.1 f times note index. That should actually just be all you have to do. What? Okay. Thanks, Unity. Thanks, Obama. All right. How does that happen? How does a crash like that happen? So, coming back to here, chucking that in there. Thank you very much. Chuck this back here. Thank you very much. We say note index is 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Actually works. Just like that. Now, probably gonna have to make those solid in here. Just for the sake of, I just have a feeling about it. Wait, but if I do that, then you won't be able to see the thing. Oh my gosh. So then the indicator needs to be in front of this sprite. This is at middle ground 2, 0. This is at middle ground to middle ground to 1. And then I need to make it actually work properly with the thing, which is a little bit annoying, but we will live. Something that I think should absolutely never work is working intermittently. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, this shouldn't work has got to be it's the most annoying situation to be in. Why does this work? It's a tough one. Maybe we could just set this size to be the same for all of them. Two 2007. 11. 9. 10. 11. 9. One more time. 11. So this becomes down 1. 10. That's good. 10. That's good. 11. That's no good. And then the other one was 9 as well. So this is just going to work like that now. So then I just need something that's... And I'm so close to it being the shape that I would actually want it to be that I might as well just do that. This is how many pixels? 11. This is how many pixels? 12. So now we just grab this all the way over here and we go doop. And then we just need this to be, do I have a little plus? Nope. Okay. Well, I might as well just make one, shouldn't I? So not quite. I can make it happen exactly how I want it to. Okay, and then up 1. And is that just everywhere up 1? Yeah, okay. There's no way what I'm doing is correct, and I feel bad about it. I just don't like the idea of having to, like, this is so clean, right? But it means there's like an initial offset that I have to do to make that work. If I wanted this to be centered, it needs to be, well, the closest thing, I can pick one, because it's an even number of pixels wide and tall, I could pick one of these to be centered. But it can't be that. That's just nonsense. So let's do it like this. And then maybe we can move the pivot or something to be across and down. I also feel like maybe this is like not even nearly big enough to be like an indicator. which case, like, the whole thing should just be like bigger and beefier and whatever. Everything about it should just be bigger. We're making a tile sheet. Is it okay to also put your characters on that sheet as well? Or is it better to I would separate them, Lily, for sure. Yes, separate them. It's fine to have like a you know, your character in there for like reference while you're working on it or something. But I wouldn't just put your character's sprite animations in the sheet. No way. Man, I don't know why I make these so dark. They're so hard to look at. How do I fix this? This problem that I have. Like, I want it to look like black stone, but I also want it to be not impossible to look at. It will definitely pulse and shine as well. Now I'm also thinking like these should be much, much further apart and larger, each of them. So I might actually try going a bit overboard here and doubling the distance and then making this like in the game. This is the base size of anything that's like ensign related or anything like that. Like I wouldn't go smaller than that. So let's just start with this. And we could go 16 pixels. I mean, that's the classic. And then even if we're going to do that, we probably should do give it a bit of space because it's too low to the floor at that point. So let's just go a bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. (2007). That's going to be stuck in my head all day. All day. All right. I think that's probably more suitable. And even that, I'm not even sure. It might even be bigger than that in the game. So now our gap, coming back here, this is now 16. And I don't know what the top is and I don't know what the other one is, but we'll just roll with 16 for now. So when I say like 5 total notes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's a bit too much there. So what is going back to here, what would 0 be? 0 would be, I think 70 is still, I think it's still 70. I think I just need to reappropriate the sprite. Yeah. So back to here. When I say 5, you say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then there's a little bit off the top. Let's knock a few pixels off the top there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 gives us 6. 7 gives us 7. That's perfect. So let's call it 3. And then the position of this thing, this is now bop, 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 bop. Yay. Better. Is it possible to have tile maps different Z indexes in a game engine? Yeah, of course. The only thing now is just like, what is the function of this? Because it's the largest thing. I guess you would want to see something kind of like, I don't know. Definitely it should like pulse when you do that. So I actually have something that does pulse in the game. I have a what's the word? But it's going to get broken by the tiling system. I have a shader that's going to pulse. I have a shader that would allow this to look really good. But because it's sliced, the UV isn't proper, which now means the easiest thing to do now technically would be to export like 8 different versions of this sprite, so that I don't ever have to screw with the UV and I don't ever have to, I just have an array of 8 images. And then, it's not a big deal. 8 images is fine. I just do 8 of these basically. And this is specifically because I wanted to do an outline that pulses over the thing when you hit it, which I think would be really cool. Do you like dinosaurs? Yeah, they're okay. I don't know. I never met one. All right, but no spamming, please. But that's not really part of chat, you know? It's not what we're talking about here on stream. So you got to just be respectful. If we were playing Turok right now or making a dino game, different story, but. So I think we'll never do 1. That doesn't seem necessary. But we'll go 2 up. Maybe even 3 would be the base. I feel like anything less than that's a little weird. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We'll figure it out. Right now, it is what it is. As I don't need to go pre-optimizing stuff that we don't know is a problem yet. It does look like you can stand on it. That's my only thing that I don't love about it. Maybe I'll just give it a whatever. We'll keep it. Well, it's fine. Let's just keep working. So now I need for each of these to be able to, if I close this, can I just drag this in and have it create a sheet for me? No, I need to specify the size. So the size of the sprite is 64 by 200. 64 by 200, and the pivot is 0.50, I think is the right way to do that. So if I just drag this in here, the heck? Why is it not working? If I do it like this, it'll work as an animation. But I actually want... Well, I could just set the frame. I could just treat it like one animation and then just do all these different hitboxes. So enemy hurt box. Yeah, as long as I don't play the animation, I suppose this is fine. It's probably more efficient this way too. All right. So now, rather than do that, we go back over to our sprite. We don't do that, we do simple. And then we say 1. That's very big now. That's huge. What the heck? Did I mean to do that? I suppose so. It almost looks like geometry that you can stand on. That's the only thing now. It doesn't feel like a thing you hit. It feels like a thing you can jump off. I can make it skinnier. Hey, Pelly. No, today's an okay time. It's okay now. Okay, anyway, let's turn playing off. And then let's go... Nice. So it's total notes -3. Because it starts at 3. And this is a range from 0 to 3. 3 to 8. So this is just a test demo area. I'm just getting the functionality first. We'll have space to think about what we want to do with it as we go. It's not a faux pas. It's okay. You can suggest things. So we're 1 pixel over to the right on this thing, on the indicator. Now we're on. Cool. Hey Rufi, not for fast travel. It's for a music system. Nice, that's easy enough. And this can go over, but we just won't ever set it up to do that. Okay. Cool. Yep. So the hitbox is working correctly. We can't hit above where it is. So I think I want to make it a bit more gnarled, maybe, or like something to make something look musical. You kind of need the idea of wind going through it, at least. Some kind of resonance. Well, it was a tuning fork. That's what it's called. We had it looking like this. We could still pop that on top. Like coming out this way. I just don't really, it just isn't very, the tuning fork aesthetic is not, it's not very interesting to me, I guess. It just looks kind of weird. Like this looks good, but to have something, to have something below this, to me, looks kind of weird. Like if anything, I'd probably be more inclined just to extend this out a little. And have the hole be bigger. I don't even like that. Nah, don't like it. Swirly, spirally. Yeah, the problem is because I got this repeating. Well, actually, no, I can make these whatever I want them to be. Let's look at like a, woodwinds in general. Like, I think making, in my mind, I'm trying to make it look maybe like a recorder or something, you know? Almost like this. I think that's what I'm channeling. But I know what you mean. If you're thinking about something like this, more like the wind. Yeah, like organ pipes was kind of like, oh yeah, organ pipes. That's kind of where we started, wasn't it? Wow, that's called Organ Pipes Trail Walk, and that's what I'm trying to do. What? That's exactly what we're doing. That's cool. Someone else saw the stone and thought, organ pipes. So is there something about it being part of a wall in a series? Or do we have to accompany it with other things? Maybe we just cut these out again and see what that does. Like, are we more likely to think about it? Maybe we got to put it somewhere a bit more what's the word? Somewhere more obvious. More closer to an actual level scenario. I haven't forgotten about the game, by the way. Don't worry. Like, do we bring this in? So it looks more like diamond impression. I've kind of already not done that at this point, but like if it was more like this. What have I done? I didn't propagate this out to the rest of it. That's the only issue with this, is that every change now has to go through the whole set. There is something a little unsettling about how much this looks like the plinths for the the pedestals. I'm really not doing a good job here of separating these two objects, because I've got this thing which is so similar. It's way too similar. These are a completely separate thing in the game that has no bearing on this. So I'll tell you what these do. This, you bring, when you defeat an enemy, you bring a gem of its like soul into this section here, and it lights this up, which then fires up a crucible. These instead give you access to those areas where these give you access to the crucible. So I'm feeling like maybe it's time we just do this. Does that significantly change it? I hate it so much. I hate what I've designed. Do you think God stays in heaven because he too fears what he's created? Yeah. Yeah, this just says to me, make the head part bigger and make the other part skinnier. Hey, Azov Game, welcome. Like this could be almost like that's starting to look not bad now. I was very hesitant to do it, but you think you want me to put the orbs between the prongs? It's just, I kind of have to get away from orbs. They're really just indicator lights at this point, but even then, I'm not sure it's right. I was thinking of putting something between here. One sec, pals. So if we're gonna go down this road, I think it's now time to step away from the pixel art and come back to this space and do some thinking. So for me, yeah, like I would say, I agree that there's something cool in this. So more like an actual tuning fork if we do it this way. I'm not against it. And then the suggestion is something like this. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4 or something. And then one of these happens to be lit differently or something like that. Like they're different. Maybe you got small ones and a big one. Something like that, maybe? And then when you hit it, it goes like, dong. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the letter symbol would basically either float out or it would like be replaced by this. This would appear in that spot when you hit it. Strings give a better impression of sound than orbs. Do you mean like this? Oh, you mean like have it be like a lute? But now it's like two different things. Now we're talking about like if it's a harp, it's a different thing to a tuning fork. These are representing like frequencies or like, it's just, no, it's not bad. It's just different metaphors. Like if it's something like this, where you got the strings coming down this way, like a classical Roman kind of harp. The problem is, like, as the player, what this does is it plays one sound. And the player is hitting this with a sword that's like a big whoop like this, right? This is your hitbox. So you don't have the dexterity as the player to like hit one of these. It's not like an instrument in and of itself. So when you denote that there are multiple different things that could be hit, then it's like, well, how do I know which one I'm hitting? So then you'd have to sort of like instead kind of like make these ones look ghostly or something like that, so that only one of the strings was the actual string or something like that. Yeah. This is just like witch. You know, you might see a few different orbs. Like this. And it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. The problem is, I think we're still going to run into that issue, Squiggy. Either way. I think we're still going to run into an order issue. I think the only way to do it is horizontal. I fear. Yeah, you got it. I think we literally just, we've just come full circle to this again. Well, horizontal, you see this and you think 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fourth one. Whereas you see this and you think A, B, C, D. Or at least I'm a little concerned to see it like that. This is a sequence of notes. This feels like it's a scale. Especially because, like, you know, you read music left to right. Yeah, I think that's true. And also, we could have something that's floating here, and it could like rise to a particular point. It could be like dung 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 dung, or something like that. I wonder if that's something we could do, of like have it be a thing that you combo. I don't know, like originally I was thinking we have like a bunch of them around. But I wonder if you do it like a sequence. You like hit it and it ding, 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 and that plays the sequence out. Anyway, let's leave it at multiple forks. I think that's better. I liked it. I like that idea better. And let's leave it as this as the sequence and we'll play with it. So let's play that game. We got DM'd something. Let's have a look. I'm assuming DM'd on Twitch. What is this website? This link that you've sent me. Hey, Robbie Rucci. You're just going to have to wait. Oh, it's a WeTransfer URL. Okay. Welcome tablet keeps reverting to mapping over both my monitors. Are you unplugging and replugging stuff in? Not sure. There's also something we could do where we could do something with directional attacks. Ooh, there's something there. I could put the forks in different orientations around the level. They could just be things like sticking out of stuff. They could also be like hanging around. They don't have to even be like, this could be like in a wall or something like that. It could just be horizontal. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. All right. So, are you ready for the gameplay? What was your name? Your name was Pelly. Are you ready for the review? Please confirm. Okay. Nice intro sequence. It's a 1-bit game. No, that's the classical piece. Okay, Ghetto's house. Don't know. Okay, here I would love to see a paginated series of dots that tell me which thing I'm looking at. Like I can just like 3 dots or 4 dots with one bigger one, like what we were just doing for the musical notes. Because it makes me super anxious to not know how many pages there are when I get to this screen. Wow, cool. Oh, this is like Suzume. It's very much like Suzume. Have you seen Suzume? Nice parallax. This is cute. Hmm. Can I make a suggestion? Small suggestion. It feels like there's an opportunity here, and this is like feel free to completely reject this. There's absolutely no need to do this at all. If the game is about fire breathing, and it's a 1-bit game in black and white, feels like fire could be the one thing that there is color for. Nice. Okay, stealth sequence. Oops. Do we get booted back to our bedroom? Like out of the dream or whatever? Okay, so we can run as long as... Oh, come on, buddy. Oh. So we really can't run. It's not going to work out for me. It'd be nice if reading paused. So that he couldn't run after us. Where are these keys at? Oh. I don't know what I should be looking for. And I also, I don't, it appears like there is a range at which I can inspect things. Because if things are too far away, I can't inspect them. Like I can inspect the door, but I need a key. Do I pull it off the guard? Oh, there it is. Okay. Right. Okay. That was my intuition. That wasn't bad design. I just didn't see it the first time. Just got unlucky. I think the, just again, personal preference, I think that the dialogue is a little, it gets a little old. The notes, the range in pitch is like maybe a little too wide. I'd make it like rather than it's too, yeah, I think that's like, to me, that's too wide. And then this, the punctuation pauses are maybe a little too slow as well. I don't know. Or maybe it's just a dialogue design thing. Yeah, I understand. I think, was I right that there is a range around the character where you're allowed to interact with things or allowed to inspect things? This is interesting. Oh, hello. Very cinematic. Can I throw fire? Oh, pebbles. Yeah, like for me, as I'm moving around the area, it would be nice if I could just like click ahead kind of thing. Just like kind of like look ahead and go, oh, okay, nothing in this area is interactable because I've moved my mouse over everything. Yeah, it's tough. Look, this is not easy. What you're trying to do is not an easy thing. And there are going to be challenges with this game. Just in general, there are going to be so many little challenges that you need to overcome to make this feel like as tight as it needs to and have players like be able to cruise through it. Right now, I think the biggest thing for me that I'm kind of not sure about is the variety of mechanics that are being introduced that don't necessarily feel like they have they kind of get introduced and then we move on very quickly, like the pebbles, the fire. Oh, what's happening here? Okay. What? Okay. Hmm. Yeah. So I think man, I've had I'm going to be all right. Everything that I say beyond this point is like, and obviously up to this point is purely my opinion. It's got nothing to do with what's right or what's wrong. It's just my perception. Again, super biased because I'm making a game and I've gone through this kind of thing. So I'm just going to give like my impressions, but please don't take anything I say as like objective. It's just my opinion. So first thing I would say is, yeah, animations are looking pretty good. The basic onboarding on how to play the game, what the buttons do, that kind of stuff is fine. Not bad. There is a lot of text. I would say if your game, like this is a 1080p screen I'm watching this in. If the game doesn't look like crisp at 1080p, there's a little bit of an issue. So like this escape icon, there's something here where there's like doubling up of pixels. Like things aren't being rendered at the correct size, even on 1080p. So there's something there that I would look at because for a game with only two colors, it's really jarring to see little bits where the pixel art's not really playing nice. But that's that's sort of like, off to the side. I just think the illusion, like especially with the checkerboarding, the dithering on the fire, if everything was like pixel perfect, it would look really good. And there's no reason this game shouldn't be pixel perfect because your camera is pretty like stable most of the time. All right. So outside of that, I would say the big thing about this game that I'm struggling with is there feels like there's a mechanic in the game. Like I'm sort of like watching a Studio Ghibli film that I'm playing through as an adventure title. And I'm waiting for the the game's called Donna the Fire Breather. We get taught how to breathe fire, but I'm not really sure where the play is in that mechanic. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what the scope of it will be, how that will make the game interesting or how you'll use that mechanic. Right now, it's sort of more of a storytelling thing than it is a mechanical thing. So in terms of like how you're going to build appeal for the game to potential players, when you have a Steam page, when you make a trailer, when you pitch the game to a publisher, if you're ever going to do that, on this game's journey, the fire seems like it's an important element, but I don't know how it comes into the story or even the gameplay. I don't know what its role is in the game. It seems to have an important story role, but in terms of mechanics, I'm just not sure. And so I think for a demo, having it be, given that the game is mostly story at this point, right? Like, you've only got like so many things that you do in the demo. Most of it's talking and moving around and inspecting things. So to the extent that the fire mechanic is a part of the game's identity, it would be nice if that was demonstrated in the demo. Because otherwise, there's the, I guess, question. People talk about pacing in video games, and oftentimes pacing in games gets talked about in the context of like how much content there is or how much dialogue there is, and people mistake gameplay versus dialogue as the things that creates and loses tension. But in adventure games like this, it's all dialogue. So you can't have less dialogue to create more tension or make it feel more alive or whatever. To me, I think the drag and the balance of tension in a game like this really comes from the player's ability to understand where things are going, like what we're building towards. Am I learning new skills? Am I going to be taught? Am I going to be expected to demonstrate those skills? What's the thing that I, as the player, should be anticipating in the story? And I think right now the big challenge is you have this demo that is dramatic, sure, there's stuff happening, but we get the sense very early that it's a dream sequence. So it's hard to know how much of what we're seeing matters. And I think some of the writing feels a little bit eclectic in that way, where like characters are saying things or saying or doing things that don't connect to what comes next or what happened before. It's just like, okay, and now we do this, and now we do this, and now we do this. And mechanically, it feels that way too. Mechanically, it feels like, okay, we do this, and then we go here, and then we interact with this. And the job of a demo is to set up expectation for the full game, right? It's like a taste test. So here's my question, and the answer, you don't have to answer it explicitly, but as someone who just played this game and doesn't know anything else about this game, the only thing I can guess about what this game's about is, I guess you throw rocks sometimes in the game. I guess you inspect things. There'll be a lot of unique interactions. There seems to be a fire mechanic, but right now it just controls the light. I guess that's something you do in the game, but I don't know how far that gets taken. I don't know if the game, if there's a lot of darkness in the game and there's mechanics around light and dark. I kind of don't know. And because I don't know, I feel a little bit like it's hard for me to get excited about what's next because I couldn't guess accurately. I wouldn't have the confidence to know where the game goes or what it's about, outside of that there's a character named Donna. There's something about her interacting with her past, maybe her future through dreams. She's gone through some sort of trauma. She's gone through some sort of loss. There's crisis of identity and belief in herself, and that there's going to be some journey. But I don't, and that's, interesting for me. I like adventure, heroes' journey stories, but like mechanically, I don't know, like if the game is for me yet. I don't know. Because I didn't get a great sense of that trajectory. I didn't get a great sense of like what the game's about from a mechanics standpoint. And I think like a really clear cutting way of solving this, for me at least, would be to be able to answer the question when someone asks, oh, what's that Dawn of the Fire Breather game about? If you can answer the question with, oh, Dawn of the Fire Breather is the game where you... The answer to that question, if that's easy to answer, then that answer should guide what's in the demo. That's the thing that tells people what the game's about and gets them excited for more of it. Okie doke. Lovely pixel art, lovely concepts in terms of the... I can see what you're trying, what you're going for, and I think there is something compelling here. It's going to take a lot of art confidence to pull it off, I think. Probably more than I would have personally. But you seem to have your art style figured out, so I would say like push that confidence even further. Like do more extreme things with the graphical style. Within the two color palette. If that's possible. Maybe look at games that do that and see what they do. It's certainly impressive. Striking visuals for sure. I haven't really seen a game. I've seen games that do that, but I think the way that you're doing it and the way that you're pulling it off is it's pretty good. It's definitely like standout, I would say. Tuning fork. No worries. Games are really, really hard, and it feels to me like you're in a place where I remember being in that place, and I am still in that place a little bit. So I guess, Pelly, if you don't mind me asking, can I ask what your goals are for the project? Like what kind of scale would make you happy at release? And what kind of like future do you want for your game dev kind of career or whatever? Okay, this is like purely a hobby, and it doesn't matter if it's like particularly like you don't have like sales expectations, or you don't necessarily want to put it on, like you don't necessarily need a publisher. You're happy to work on it solo, I'm imagining, or with, you know, whoever you've got at the moment. Because I think my advice, if you were to ask for it, would be different depending on kind of like where you were, what you were trying to achieve. Like I probably shouldn't assume that everyone's trying to do what I'm trying to do. Okay. And how long is the game? Like how much of the game is what I experienced in the demo? Yeah, but I mean, that's all fine, I think, but it's also important. I have this thought, and I've given this advice to a couple of people, and maybe I'm wrong to give this advice. Like, there's no, again, no guarantee that I know what I'm talking about, or that my advice would make people happy if they followed it. But just coming from my own perspective, I feel like for me, just for me, I think about all the hours I've put into my game, and I think about what it would mean for more people to connect with the game. Like, if I want lots of people to play it and enjoy it, then the litmus test for that would be that it sold well. Like, if lots of people enjoyed it, then it would be profitable. Like, I don't see there as being two separate interests there, like marketable for a story-based game, marketable versus like honest or whatever. I don't see those things as being separate. So for me, like in my game, it's like, well, if it's good, people will play it. And executing on my vision means making it as enjoyable for as many people as possible while telling my story. And I guess I don't really know. Oh, well, and particularly with this game, what's happened is that like a lot of the elements that I think would, whenever I'm trying to work on it and I'm thinking about the player and what experience they're going to have, and I'm thinking about whether or not what I'm doing right now is going to get them to that point where they're enjoying it the way I want them to enjoy it, I've been pushed in a direction where making it bigger or changing parts about it, adding features or whatever, is closer to the experience I would expect them to have, and that I need money, revenue, sales, funding, whatever, to make the game closer to what I hope players experience. So I think like me being like super critical about all the different elements and like the things that I'm saying, I'm kind of thinking about them like I don't know how much of a distinction there is between like what I would say for the purpose of making the game go as far as it could go creatively versus what I would say to make it more marketable. To me, those things are like the same. But I also know that people don't always have the same opportunities and people don't always want to go down the same path. Like, would I have made this game smaller just because like just to make it releasable by me alone? I do think about that. I still think about that. So, yeah, I guess I'm curious if you've thought about that kind of stuff, because I probably wouldn't. I mean, like maybe if I was in your position, I'd probably just prioritize finishing it, you know, than making it perfect. And yeah, there might be features or systems that just get used once and then don't come back, and that's okay for a game that's a personal project that doesn't necessarily need to make a lot of money or anything like that. Yeah, so I guess we could do like, certainly we could do like 1, 2, and then like A, some, yeah, 3, 4. Yeah. Wait, but then what is it that you... So when you say you wouldn't change things so that it would sell more, do you think that there are parts of your vision that would make it sell less? Hey Mario, how's it going? I think this is way more scalable of a system too. I think this is the right way to do it. And maybe the way we do it is this sits... Oh, okay. It could be that we have like a bunch of different dots. Man, so close. And when you hit the thing, it like resolves to one of them. It's like dong, A. And every time and then when you let it run out, it reverts back to this. Back to like floating in the middle. So like, there's 5. When you hit it, you see that, oh, the 5th one is A. I think that could work. Let's do that. And that makes it so much more straightforward. Jesus. That's now the design is done. I don't have to do anything more with it. That's fair, Pelly. Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. Like if the game was more gameplay focused, maybe it would draw a bigger audience. And because it's not, maybe you're sacrificing some of that interest that you would otherwise get. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable answer, I think. I'm glad that you said that. That's a really good answer. It's totally fair as well. Like, if it's not a gamey game, that's okay. Like, that's what you want to make. You want to make a story that's like an adventure title, like a classic sort of adventure thing, and like a point and click, I mean. And that's okay that might not be as marketable as if it was an action adventure. Yeah, totally fine. Hey, Code Warrior. Flock. That's fair, Pelly. I think that's totally fair. Maybe I should have thought that way about my game. It makes sense. But then who would make all of the tuning fork mechanics in Insignia if I wasn't worrying about? It's okay. No, we're not going to get a new music notation for this universe. I don't think so. Yeah, we thought about it already. Okay, well, we certainly can't have it looking like that. But I want it to be dark. Like, it's what I want. What do I do? Is it even? So then it's going to be even. Well, that looks pretty cool. All right, let's do these musical note things. So voice acting? Absolutely not. Hey, Ruined Rune. How's it going? So I guess we could do this as a UI thing. Maybe that's reasonable. So this becomes a canvas. This becomes an image. And then I want them to be evenly distributed, but I don't care about them being I guess I could just do an extra one. That's the thing. Okay. We're doing okay. I don't know what you mean. So in my game in general, like distinguishing foreground from background art is mostly about reaction when the player walks past. If it's like hittable, something should happen when you walk past it. Should like rumble or rustle or something. Especially if you see like these things fade into existence as you walk near it. Oh, we just got all the equipment. Okay. This scene is not where this is going to be, just so you know. So like everything that you're seeing right now, it's like, oh, this looks like it's really blending in. It's not going to be here. This is like a test level. In fact, let's just put all of that to bed. Okay. I don't know, Anubis. I don't really know how to put a percentage on it. Well, you can definitely wishlist it, for sure. If you're interested. Thanks. Okay. So, note sequence. Getting a little bit hot in here. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Hey, new games. Your work blocked Twitch. Sorry to hear that. Okay, so in the note sequence, let's go over here now, and we're going to do a fun, cool animation. We're going to do a boy-yo-yo-yoing. Boy, yoy, 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 oing. Bo, 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 bo. I feel like these should be maybe a little more violent. Okay. The boy to young. I think I've got it pretty much standardized there. Boy yo 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 yo. It's about right. I think I'm hitting basically optimal boy yo yoings. We could have it rattle out longer, but I think curtailing it there is probably the appropriate response. You don't want to boy too hard, otherwise you end up yoing for like way longer. It's just the meta, you know? Maybe in the 60s, different story with the Beatles, but in 2025, you want to keep the boy yoings pretty in check. Whoops. So if like I want it to be 4, then 0, 1, 2, 3 should be enabled. That's correct. All right. Public void boyoing. Boyoing. So here we want the offset of this. Let's put this leftmost. And then middle center, let's call it left, middle left. Child alignment, middle left. Is that right? As we expand out, that doesn't seem right to me. But we'd have to pivot at 0. So, no, that can't be right. I think we got to do it centered. Center that, center everything. Okay, and then this becomes middle center again. Not upper, middle center. And then all of these, I would want them to be this way. But I'm still not getting what I want out of middle center. Unless the width isn't right. Ah, there we go. So this becomes a, what do you call it? It's content size fitter. There we go. Okay. So the idea is to offset the rail until the center of the thing that we want to focus, the local position of these things, offset by negative that, to put that in the middle of the rail. Well, to have the rail put that in the middle of the note sequence. So I think we want an Hey, Joey. Let's do it. All right. So here, set notation. We're going to say, I think we have to do it this way as well. So what? Hey, all right. What else? Now we need to make. I think we right now could just do the middle one, going doing. So we could say. Okay, easy. These are backwards somehow. No, they're not. So, now we have our hittable fork. It's going to have a note sequence above it at 0, 0. Well, 0, that. 6, 6. That'll do. And then when we hit it, we want to have the fork react to it. So public note sequence. So on start, we want to say note sequence dot set count sequence dot set note. Okay. Let's see if it works. Why does it not work? Is it because I feel like maybe it'd be better to put the sequence this here, and then everything's the same. It just means that this can get placed straight into there. Let's also make this like at least foreground 1. Okay. What we're missing? That's looking good. It's all looking good to me. Oh, I didn't set these up. Why is the 1 month sub badge in Russian? Is it? Good. I feel like it is moving, but it's just moving on a very small scale. One small step. Why are they, oh, wait a second, why are they all 12? How did we get a C? How did that, hang on a second. I think I did something wrong. It may be that something wrong was had. Rail.local position equals value to musical note transform local position equals 0, da da da. Musical note, okay. It's .x. Wait, shouldn't that just be 0 for its local position? No, because it's the child object. So it's image. Cool, that's okay then. Hey, it worked. So this one, I don't know why we see 12 in all of these. Oh, because I'm in prefab mode. Like a doofus. Okay, Mr. C. You're on 0. And when I hit you, it is moving. It's just super minor. Okay, so this is just 16 because it's the local position and it's divided by 100. Okay. Cool. So hang on a sec. Did I set this up to have 8? I did. Cool. Now, what's going on with this Boyoyong animation that sends us all the way? Like this should be, let's edit this. This should be time 1, value 0. So then when we, something's wrong when we animate it. Now I've made a mistake here where the frequency, I've got it moving very fast later, but actually it should be moving very fast at first and slowing down over time. Nice. What is this? Message? Okay. So, it's literally just swap these to 0, or even that. Can I set a curve here? I don't think there is a nice way to do that. Oh, I can. Start, float, duration, override. So animation curve, ease in, out. Is that not something I can do? Is this time? And then that, and then that. Okay. In which case, this needs to be told. To reset to decelerate. And it needs to go back to whatever the frame rate was, 0.3. All right. I don't like why it's flickering. What is that? What is that value? Is it the map? 0, 1, 0, X offset. That's fine. It's the vertical thing when it finishes. I think it's sampling beyond 1, maybe? Yeah, I guess we could clamp it. It's just weird to have to do that. Like, clamping it is like putting a band-aid on it, but we want to know why it's doing it in the first place. One. At a certain point, it returned 1. Why did it return 1? Well, clinkers. Pink, sorry. How do you get this tooltip in VS Code to show you the order of what you can put into the method? That's just the language server, I guess. I don't know what you call that. Clinkers is a... There you go. So... is it that we're sampling the time of the value beyond 1? Like, what is it in Unity that's making this animation curve return an evaluation of 1 instead of the actual what the keyframe is? That's the real question. So like, I've got this thing. Oh, really? I got this thing. And it's got something at 0 and it's got something at time scale. In fact, it goes beyond 1. So then it should return a number even here. It should be no problem. There we go. Okay, that seemed to fix it. Oh, except when it doesn't. I don't know what to do. It actually did sample over 1. So time, t, was greater than 1. But it's supposed to clamp the elapsed time between 0 and 1. Wait, but is that 1? That can't be right. Elapsed time is t? The t value? Right. So this is like, this actually should be called like normal time. So when we sample the animation curve, we map 0, t goes from 0 to 1 to the time of the keys. There should be no way. There should be absolutely no way that we could sample beyond it. It's already... I mean, I can clamp the value out, but it's actually the curve time that needs to be clamped. So maybe just throwing that on the end's fine. Let's recompile first. Damn it. How is that possible? I don't understand. T in this case is the normal time, which we've clamped between 0 and 1. So it's clamped. Like, what else could we do? What else could we be doing? That's not right. Oh, it's just absolutely painful. Oh, wait. Are you saying mathf.clamp could not... There's no way it could be inaccurate. I mean, we could just say if... I find that just abhorrent that I would have to do that. But we made sure the curve was good. Cool. Okay. And then the next thing we want to do, I can't believe I had to do that. The next thing I want to do is set, when we reset the rail, we want to say maybe when it resets back down. Hey, Gruntled, how's it going? You know it's going. I think I liked it before. Should probably commit at some point. Jeez Louise. Okay. Hey, Zephyros, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see if I can grab this, copy paste, put another one like over here, and then change its musical note index, change its musical note to 3, and make it a 5-note sequence. And the second one is the one that we want. Yep. Cool. So now we need to actually make it so that the notes get set to that. So cello dot notes 0 equals musical note. Cool. Is it piano.site? What was it? I think that's what I had. Dun. Yeah. Sick. So the next thing would be to have a on the note sequence, we want a group. Mm. Tips for learning input. Well, I don't really use the new input handler very much, so I'm not probably the best person to ask about it, if I'm being honest. Oh. Hello? Windows? All of my peripherals. Okay. Okay, we're back. Now we've got puzzles. Now we got puzzles. Cool. It's got to be at least as wide as your ability to hit it. So let's call it like 1.5. This is C sharp. Still a couple of years. We got to get some more funding first. What just happened, man? I'm not even sure that's going to work. Wait, how do I set the duration of this thing? Oh, it's as part of the second parameter. No, didn't need to sell Soul. Didn't mean to sell anything for it. Grant funding. I think we just got to do one more thing here. Cool. I did get Screen Australia funding. That's right. Okay, well, now we're in a good spot. So I can... These are playtestable now. Adds playtestable. Tuning forks. I really want to get this in your hands sooner than later. It's 5 p.m. now. I wonder if I can get a playtest set up right now for you to play. Well... The only thing I'm a bit concerned about is the playtest system's a little bit hard to get rolling. I always forget what I have to do to make it work. Because right now, if I go, the way it works is if I go to the title screen and I press start, here we go to the demo loading stuff. But if I go to scene graph, save select, if I go to the title menu and then test list menu and save select to. Okay, so if insignia alpha, then test select scene. So for me to make that work, I needed for my project settings to have I think it's in the player settings under other. Here, I think I need to write, oh, maybe here. Insignia alpha. That must not have been right. Is it here? Yep, cool. Does it work? So we have some of this stuff here. We don't want PAX demo. But we do want... I guess I'd update the cello mechanic test with this. And then I would have to set testing build scenes. But I think there's also a way to set all scenes. I need to be careful of that. Okay, I can't look at that anymore. Oh, okay, add all to build is part of the scene meta editor. Okay, so then back to testing. Here, I would say set testing build scenes. Save it. Go back to the title screen. Player control test. Cool. Okay, does this work? Yep. But I didn't give you a sword. And Armin seems to be able to jump further than he used to. Whoop. What? That's not considered a wall anymore? Okay. What's going on here? Something to do with the coin is wrong? State machine, travel, set destination. I don't even know why that would be wrong. Pointer, silent. Let's clear that. Okay, so... Going back over here very quickly. Why are these not considered walls? Or maybe they are, but we're just not properly importing it. Well, that looks like a wall to me. It's probably an import issue. Oh, okay. Oh, we didn't have a weapon. That was why. Because of the playtest not equipping, because I added a new equipment system recently. So the playtests don't do that correctly. So on player controller test, we have a progress state called combat unlocked, which should give us a weapon that works. So then when I'm testing it from the title screen, do we have the weapon in our inventory? Nope, nothing. Okay. So now we can figure out why that's not going right. All right. Yeah, this isn't quite right. Load editor progress state. It's part of game system.data. I wonder if I can cheese this, not cheese it, but basically erase this and do that instead. That would be good. Nice. Wow, I wonder why I wasn't doing that before. Maybe I just didn't build the system yet. New to programming or new to game development? I mean, Java's not a bad one to start with, but C# is better. And then depending on what kind of programming you want to do, like, you know, Python, C++, like, oh. Okay, well, that is a problem. What is this? Why are you this color? Okay. Oh, JavaScript to front end, yeah, for sure. I think we just need to not do this right now. Okay. So what is it about these coins that's broken? Oh, they don't have a magnetic item on them. That's why. Because I was short-sighted and I didn't think about it. Wow, that's pretty straightforward. Hover, travel. Damn it. Oh, one more thing. Cool, fixed. Okay, well, now we're back to being able to playtest. That's really good. Can we test combat mechanics? Nice, nice. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. And the feedback forms still work. That's good. And how does this work? Cool. So this is going to have to change from ASDF to literally CA, like the actual, what was it again? CDEF. Yeah, CDEF. Well, FG is the same. Huh. No. Yes. Yeah, EFG, ABC, C. I think it's going to have to be that. Because that's correct. But this isn't. This is a Sprite. And then these, I guess, like, what do I do? Just do a sharp? I mean, if they're all going to have a sharp on them. I'm not going to write C sharp, D sharp. I'm not going to do that. But then what's the point of writing anything? Well, there is no flat. There's only sharp. Flat is relative. Like D sharp is E flat. Well, you don't localize it because music is the same in most countries, as far as I understand. For music, they do. I think so. It's just weird to not have anything there. That just weirds me out a bit. I want to play Minecraft. Is that right? But wait a second. In French, even though we have do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do, whatever, you don't use A, B, C, D. You don't have like the A chord. That's just not something that people in, or the A note, like A flat. In France, you don't, A flat makes no sense to anybody. Wow, okay. Well. I don't know what to say. I guess it will be a pain to localize. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
One sec. I think you're right, Adam. You can use Roman numerals. Don't localize it because does translating that event matter when it's just sounds? Yeah, anyway. I just think there needs to be, the thing is, all this is that, like, we need symbols for players who are hearing and not hearing to be able to distinguish the buttons from the tuning fork to the actual, like, playback. So even if you've never seen these symbols before in your life, if I do my own symbols, that's the same thing, right? So there's no reason not to use these, because even if you've never done English music before, you still need some icon to relate to the sounds that you hear, and you're going to hit them and see an icon. So it's not, I don't think I have to teach English music to French music learners for this game. I just need a symbol that relates to the sound. And as long as it's consistent, that's fine. But the second one would be either D sharp or E flat, so I didn't quite understand why it's wrong to put a flat symbol on the second one. No, this is D sharp and E flat. This note could be considered either of them, depending on what frame of reference you're in. So there's no, I can't write, you know, sharp, flat, like I can't distinguish between them. It's just the half semitone between D and E. The semitone between D and E. That's all that really is. You could say that. Somebody somewhere might say, well, actually, but like, we're not going to listen to those people. Now, is there a particular reason why some of these are wider than others? Like, why not just... These look wider. The C's look wider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the gap. 1, 2, 3. Why does this not seem to... That doesn't... Wait, really? That fits there, and that fits there, and that fits there, and that fits there, and that fits there. Wow, it really does not... Wait, this one's short. Why is B short? B short. B flat. I guess the problem here is that there is, because they're evenly spaced, there is no one pixel line that I can place where it makes sense to do it where I put it. So like I can do this and then that's sort of consistent, but it's not in the dead center. And I wonder, like, maybe I should go like another pixel taller. Might make it a bit more nice to look at. Okay, and now I have to go through all of these and ding, 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 ding. Actually, the way that I think that I did this originally was I erased the letter But I feel like I'm going to have to do this by hand at this point. And anyway, this makes it way easier to localize, to be honest, because the alternative was I'd have to put the French and Dvorak keys in that space. So if anything, I made it easier. From going from keyboard keys to other keys. Dung dung. Ding, ding, ding. I've been in development for 8 years on this game. Ages. Maybe I should put another C in there. No, that's not right. Well, if I'm calling it C sharp, then maybe I could, but... Vung, 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 vung. Hey, the F's the same. What's this? Okay. Whew. Self-taught mostly, yeah, I would say so at this point. Bow, bow, bow. Updates. Cello keyboard inputs to use ABCD notation. Okay. Now what? What else can we test? Fox can fly test. This should be fine. Still good, still good. Wait, where is he? He's not there anymore. So actually, we can't test this. Which means we got to take it away. That's such a shame. Is that right? Let's bring him back. Is the sequence broken? Hang on a second. So far so good. Okay. No. So how do I set this up so that the feather still fires the cutscene? Wait, here's the cutscene. So actually, I should be able to turn him off and keep the cutscene around. Oh, but you will have already done the cutscene in this? Is it this alpha weapon progress? It's already got... No? Now I'm really confused. Feather trial progress. So we unlocked all of these, but we haven't spoken to him. Oh, we have spoken to him. Okay, well that's the reason why it didn't work. So let's reset the test. Pretty cool that it works, because that's accurate to the actual game. Oh, he's not there anymore. Okay, well that's bad. Let's go back to the scene. Did I get rid of him? I literally did. But should he not be invisible during this part of the thing? How do I... where in the cutscene do I bring him into existence? What is this for? This is the position of something. This is something becomes active and then it becomes inactive. Oh, okay. So this is the vendor. Got it. That's the vendor. And then this, I guess, is nothing. So let's just try that. I hope that's not broken in the scene. How do you handle progress? It's not booleans. It's data objects that contain booleans, but also have names and other aspects to them. The problem I have with this is if I save that and then I go to the actual scene where that cutscene takes place, does it overwrite? I don't think so. Blockade, stun particle container. Oh. Wait, what? So when does the vendor get enabled? Oh, here he is. Dummy. I see. Okay, so it looks like these are serialized to the scene, which is great for me. Pillow dummy is this. That becomes active. This is no longer pillow vendor. This is just none. So I still don't know when he gets enabled properly. Like nothing there. He falls out of the sky. We get hit. Then there's just nothing. And there's a problem here where we're trying to process a frame for the camera shot clip behavior. And the timeline's like, I don't know what to do with that, buddy. And the camera here, oh, we're missing a cutscene camera. Okay, well, let's go find the equivalent of that in the actual scene where it takes place. See if we can fix it up. In fact, we could probably just copy and paste the whole thing. The difference is that like we don't actually need most of this stuff. So cutscene camera 2 is going to be there. I don't think it needs to be anywhere else. So I'm just going to grab it and put it in the thing. Oh, it literally is there. Bro, I don't even know. Okay, does that fix it? Because we have no shot data for this. Right. Okay. So back to the previous one more time. What are those two things that we're looking at? When we go to the second camera shot, camera mark 1 and camera mark 2, which sit underneath cutscene camera 2. So those weren't in the other scene. Is that scene graph a custom solution? It is. Yeah. So here, there you go. Now, please, I beg you. Okay, well, he's still not there, but I just got to move mark 1 and 2. Oh, they're just in the middle of nowhere, that's why. Here. What? Oh, I did the wrong 2. Okay, one more time. And then we're going to find out how to get invisible. Elzak, I was happy to meet up later today. Okay. So at some point we need to just enable him. And if we enable him here, I don't think, yeah, he's just there all the time. So now finally we need to figure out when he is enabled and disabled in this cutscene. So right now he's enabled. If we go to the sequence, the vendor is animated and everything. So then, oh, he's already there. Consistent style. Oh, that just takes time. I think you just have to have like, for most artists, I think like they have a style they're most comfortable with, and they just lean towards that all the time. They're always working in the one style. Before you know what you're doing, you sort of, your style ends up looking like whatever you are referencing or just whatever you saw last. But the more you work, the more you sort of solve particular problems for your game that require the graphics to look a certain way for a certain reason. Contrast is too high, contrast is too low. Character doesn't stand out against the background. So there are like needs that you have for your game. And then eventually those needs become, great enough that they influence the artistic style of the game, and then they just influence you as an artist. That's what's happened to me anyway. I can't say much beyond that. So I think I have to technically either change this or, yeah, I guess I'd have to like essentially change it so that it better reflects the scene where this happens in the game. Because the character's always down on the ground in the original. So there's basically just got to be a bridge, and then you break through the bridge and he's below. Just like that. And then well, there'll be a point here where they all teleport down. So then this Have I got an Almond Mark III in there? At this point, I might as well just copy paste the whole thing. Just be easier at that point. Like this. Okay. Does it work out of the box? No. Where did the feather go? Where did it go, bro? Oh, because we're already sampling like halfway through the animation. Okay, here we go. Nope. What the heck? Oh, it's disabled itself. Because of a other thing that I had on there. That's okay. I can take it off. It works now. But I think I have to repoint now Armin into the scene. Let's try that. Yep. Damn it. Just making it hard for myself, aren't I? But everything here looks pretty good. It looks all like it's basically just, other than this camera, like Armin should be pretty well, like there's this movement thing, there's dialogue here. He should be able to read that. It doesn't even begin. Does the sequence player have any issues? Ah, see you later, Lily. I made this so complicated. If I delete this, I'm sure that doesn't change it. Returned a null playable on instantiate. A null playable. We've got a playable director. It's got... Oh, hang on a second. Wait a second. Okay. I don't know. Why is that turning a null? Let's have a read. Event marker clip on event marker clip track. Well, event markers are things that try to run a script. Is it because this just doesn't have a script on it? This, I think, was camera shake. So maybe it was just that one of the cameras has a camera shake script on it. And I just didn't have it plugged in. That's probably it. Main insignia camera. Okay. Well, we can fix that right now. Boom. Please work. Why? Ah. Of course, the binding isn't set up correctly. That's me being dumb. Nice. Cool. Great. Okay. So now we just need to shift the entire cutscene, I think, over a little bit because it didn't really quite work where it was supposed to. I think there is probably better. And then put Armin up here. Maybe just take those coins and put them up there. Okay, not those coins. Just these coins. Nice. I don't know why it thinks we need to be looking here in the scene right now, though. That's strange. Have we got a level scrolling bound that's doing something weird? Nope. We got a scrolling camera that wants to do something funny. Zone camera 5, what are you doing? Trying to look up quite a lot. Is it because we were right and then we moved left? I'm not sure, but it's okay. I also think like it might be nice to just sort of shrink this. It's too far. Sure. Cool. Cool. And then I think we've got a problem with the scrolling bound. Has a left edge and a right edge that are too low. Nope, something else. Is it you again? It is. I thought I fixed you. Okay. What? Okay, I mustn't have saved. I must have gone away from the scene without saving it. Yep. You can harvest wheat in this game. And then we didn't get to push this forward the way we wanted to, so now we push it forward. Save that. How did that all happen just now? Or I lost like a bunch of progress. Moving too quickly. And those coins, I moved them. So weird. We're just going in circles. Okay. I'm using C#, writing a Unity game. I use VS Code as my code editor. That should tell you all you need to know. Cool. Good. Let's get some more coins in there. Just to kind of coax you along. Perfect. All right. So now all the testing scenarios are reset. What we don't have is a testing scenario for the music that involves actually playing the music. With any kind of puzzles. So how are we going to do that? I guess I could just literally copy the geometry of one of the levels and is this just one level? All of this? This is the world map of the whole game. And you were just looking at this. So this is one test area. That's another test area. Test, test, test. This is chapter 1 of the game. And then this is chapter 2 so far. Oh, this is chapter 2. And then this is chapter 3 with some stuff from it's going to be up here. And then chapter 4 is technically just here right now. That's right, Gruntled. All right. So what I think I want to do is just take like an area of the game that already exists. And have the player just get through a little puzzle like situation. The thing is, I guess I haven't really, yeah, we're not ready to test it. We'll test it well, can't do it tomorrow, but it's really interesting. Like the process of, I should do more tests. I'm learning, I should do more tests. Because modularizing the game such that crucible hittable fork, like setting this up in such a way that lets you test it is also the condition that I should have to, like, what's the word? If I want to put it in the game and say it's done, it should also be in a place where you can test it. That's the same thing. So I should do that. The bees. So there you go. I can teach you a sequence. What was that? CED? C E D. Then I should be able to come over here and play it. Okay. Did I have to press inspect to make that work? I think I did. Yeah. Just walk over to it and press it. But I need it to be a bit more in the foreground. What? What? That's not what that is. Crucible tuning fork? That's the play stage. Weird. Sprite renderer, middle ground to 15. Bit of Z fighting going on there. That's no good. What is that? Is it character -1 maybe? What's this sitting on? Middle ground 1, -1. So then what the hell's going on here? That's middle ground 2. I don't know, bruv. Wait. Cello particle system, octave, gamepad, interest, sprite. I mean, we could put it on character -1. That's no big deal. Sure. Okay. Is this final polish phase? For chapter 1, we're heading there. So the other thing that we haven't really done yet here is we haven't really figured out the best way to communicate to the player when they, like, I've got the cello stage or whatever, and it's just a bit, I'm finding it a little bit awkward, this looking the way that it does. I don't know. I just feel like it's a bit like, oh, here's a cello. But I wonder if there's like another way we could do it. Because it's not really, the point is that, was there any consideration of releasing chapter by chapter all the time, constantly thinking about it, but it's not really how the game's designed. Yeah, this idea of like, do I create like a platform or a stage, or, you know, how do I telegraph to the player that it's time for them to play the cello? Because right now I'm putting physical things in the game, but in the plot of the story, Armin just like happens to, you know, he just pulls it out or whatever in that moment. Like the idea is he chooses to stand here and play it, not that this is a special space in the game where in the world where it makes sense to play a cello, or that there was a cello here. None of that's true. So let's fix this Z fighting and then we'll figure something out here. Door. You could be, well, I probably should do like that at least. In which case, wait, what? There isn't a wall? I just made that up. Oh, okay. Sure. Where are my level scrolling bounds? Still a little bit of fighting. So what are you doing? You're on middle ground 1, exactly. Let's put you on somewhere else. Let's put you on middle ground 10. Okay. And I think this tree is a bit too in the way, isn't it? This bush. That's better. Wait, am I supposed to... Ooh, I'm probably not supposed to be able to go out that way. Yep. Okay. Maybe I should make it like wavy. Or maybe I should make it only like appear when you get close to it. I sort of did that already earlier. All right, I gotta go, pals. It was a pleasure. That's me for the day. We're almost there. Making good progress. That's not bad, the idea of almond being it. It's just a little bit on the nose. But I could make this like wavy and like a bit more ghostly. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. Well, this was a great pleasure. Ooh, floating music notes would be good. That is a good idea. The flute player has a different agenda. He won't be challenging Armin to a duel, but they'll be interacting musically, yes. Yo, if you like what I'm working on and you want to see this game come out sooner, go ahead and check out Insignia on Steam. You can wishlist it right now if you haven't already. Thank you so much, Chartle. Yeah, go check it out. I would super appreciate any support you can give, and it's free to click the button, so no reason not to. Thanks, everyone. Let's find someone to raid, and we'll get out of here. Pirate Software's on. That is a big thumbnail. I like Booyah Grandma. He's great. We raid him all the time. Thank you, pals. It was a pleasure. If you want to see more of my content, see you on Monday, because I'll be back. And yeah, that's the stream. What else can I say? Wishlist Insignia. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.